I arrived to quarters feeling in an amazing way. Physically, I'm perfect, mentally perfect, confidence perfect. Right now, in Rome and in here, I can continue doing every single match my best tennis. We are friends since the beginning, you know, many years sharing the tour, sharing tournaments. He has Nico Masu in his team and his physio, his friends. They are really good people and we have a good relation. We play cards, we play PlayStation, so we have a lot of things in common outside the court. We are really good competitors, so when we are walking on court, we forgot everything about, you know, outside the court, and we want to win. Dominic played 5 sets. He has a really good legs, really good team to recover well for the next match. I'm going to do my best to win.
Le premier joueur à entrer sur le court, 14e mondial aujourd'hui. Il était en finale à Rome récemment. Il est argentin. Voici Diego Schwartzman.
But this has been a tournament where we should expect the unexpected. And after Nadia Podoroska booked her place in the semi-finals just a few moments ago, can another Argentinian do just the same?
Ici à Roland-Garros, le vainqueur. Il était également finaliste à l'Open d'Australie, vainqueur de l'US Open, Dominic Thiem.
5th straight quarter-final at Roland-Garros for Dominic Thiem. Can he make it a 3rd straight final? To do that, he's going to have to get past Diego Schwartzman. But he is now one of the elite players in the men's game. What do you think is going to decide this, Mark?
Oh, I don't know if I could say that there's just one area, Pete, but again, I'd like to believe that the start of the match is going to be relevant. The first set, I think, may lay a pathway for either player. I'm really interested for the man on camera right now. How has he recovered? Not just from the last match, but it's just the accumulation. How much has he used up in that tank? We know that it's a very large tank that he carries, that engine of Dominic Thiem and that hitting ability. But, you know, is there still enough to get him through? Not just today, because potentially in the next round, there is Rafa Nadal, could be Jannik Sinner, but then there's also the #1 player in the world that is up the other half of the draw. So big question is, does he have enough fuel left in that tank for 3 more matches?
Yeah, he just would have thought he'd be trying not to think about any further matches, just focusing on his opponent today.
And as he said in the post-match, it's very much recovery. That's it for him.
So here we go then, this is a quarter-final matchup, a 2nd quarter-final for Diego Schwartzman, having reached the last date here in 2018. And that year, he was the only man to take a set off Rafael Nadal. Took the first set before the rain came down. And then the match was turned on its head. But arrives here having just beaten Rafael Nadal in Rome. And has a good record for the year now, doesn't he? 19 match wins, just the 9 losses. He's ranked 14th in the world. He's been as high as 11th back in June 2018. But he said he didn't play that well at the beginning of his match, but since then was very, very happy with how he played. And well, he's talked about that performance against Rafael Nadal and how the rain didn't help him, but it helped him against Sonego to come through. This is his passage through to the last 8. Beat Kecmanovic with dropping just the 4 games. Agustinho, who was a little tired after his win over Corentin Moutet, dropping just the 6 games there. It was a tougher match against Norbert Gombos, but still a straight sets win, and then that fabulous straight sets win over Lorenzo Sonego, as we see Juan Ignacio Cella someone who knows a thing or two about quarterfinals at Roland-Garros. He's had 2 of them himself, but he's never been beyond the last 8, Ignacio Cella. So Diego Schwartzman looking to do something that his coach has never done, and looking to do something that Dominic Thiem has done 4 times already. The last 4 years he's been in the semi-finals or better. As Mark was saying a few moments ago, can he keep that run going after winning his first Grand Slam in New York? He's said already a couple of times that he's been a bit tired, lacking in energy in the 3rd and 4th set against Hugo Gaston. But he has talked about how well he has been playing. He mentioned in the win over Casper Ruud, saying that was actually one of the best matches he has ever played.
Diego Schwartzman.
And this is Thiem's passage. Very tough draw, wasn't it, when you consider former Grand Slam champion Marin Cilic in the 1st round, Jack Socker, former world number 8 in the 2nd round, and then Casper Ruud, who won more matches on the dirt than anyone else this year in the 3rd round before that astonishing match against Hugo Gaston, which on paper looked like the easiest match, but turned out to be the toughest. As we look at another former player and South American coach, Nicolas Massu. So it's a battle on the court, Mark, but also a battle between the coaches. 2 former South American players going head-to-head as we take a look at the head-to-head. And it is Thiem who leads it by 6-2. The last meeting coming this year at the ATP Cup, but that was on hard. Last meeting on clay, Barcelona, and Thiem won that one 6-3, 6-3. Who is happier that it's on the clay here between these 2?
Cette saison, il était en finale Open d'Australie en début d'année. Et il a remporté son premier Grand Chelem, c'était à l'US Open, en dominant Alexandre Zverev en finale. 17 tournois gagnés pour lui.
Gone. Silence. I'm sure we'll get to Mark's answers soon.
I'm just waiting for the court announcer, Mark, as well, to go through his on-court announcements.
Very popular player now, isn't he, Dominic Thiem here? Looking to reach a 3rd straight final. Conditions, 15 degrees Celsius. It's a little bit warmer than it was yesterday. A little bit of cloud cover too. We had that brief shower, which was why this match has been delayed by about 15-20 minutes. But as you can see from that graphic, it should stay nice and dry. And this is the situation they find themselves in, as Mark alluded to a few moments ago. Winner of this one may well face Rafael Nadal. But Nadal's got to get past another very talented young player, and that is Jannik Sinner, the 19-year-old. Youngest player through to the quarterfinal since Novak Djokovic. And the last man to be in the quarters on debut was Rafael Nadal. So he's following fine footsteps, but that match will be the last match of the day up on Chatrier. Following this one, we have the 2nd quarterfinal of the women's, Iga Świątek against Martina Trevisan. Mentioned those 8 previous meetings, all of them at ATP Tour events, not at Grand Slam. So this is actually their first best-of-5 set encounter. Maybe that will just suit Diego Schwartzman a little more when you consider the energy used up by Dominic Thiem in the previous round, whereas Diego Schwartzman, having dropped just the 30 games so far this event, should be feeling nice and fit and fresh. But it will be the 3rd seed and 2-time finalist to get this quarter-final matchup underway. Mark Woodford and myself, Pete Hodges, to talk you through it. Well, Mark, you said during the warm-up, with regards to Dominic Thiem, can't look ahead in the draw, can't think about Rafael Nadal, can only look at his opponent today. But we also talked about what possibly is left in the tank. If he is feeling a little tired, Does he go out and play a different brand of tennis today than what he normally would do?
Well, if he can keep the point short, like this one, could serve out wide, backhand up the line. Oof.
35.
About Schwartzman getting up the court in his previous matches, and that rally will give him a lot of confidence. Not easy against the heavy hitting of Dominic Thiem to get forward.
Well, the top of previewing this match, I think we showed some highlights of Schwartzman playing almost an identical point and an identical passing shot on the run with the forehand, just rolling it in front of Sonego, the Italian, getting it down at the toes of the opponent, making a very difficult volley.
He is feeling a little weary, Thiem. Won't be the ideal start. Schwartzman with the chance to pick up a very early break. First ace, in fact the second ace I should say, because he served an ace on the first point. Third ace. That's one way of keeping the points short, which may be invaluable today to the world number 3.
He's hit 23 aces in the tournament so far, spread over the 4 matches. Just add that one to the tally. So that's sending a message. 3 aces in the first game.
4 aces in the first game.
Apologies.
Which, yeah, it's quite astonishing. Certainly didn't see anything like that against Hugo Gaston. But it saves the break point, comes through the opening game. Of course, we saw on this court the previous match, Podoroska with a quite astonishing win over Svitolina to book her first ever semi-final. Another player from Argentina. Mark, when you used to play, if an Australian did really well just before you went out on court, did it lift you at all, a fellow compatriot, or did it depend on who it was?
Oh, no, big time. Any time, whether it was another male part of the team or one of the girls the ladies that were performing extremely well. It really does just give you a boost, and I think Schwartzman certainly will be buoyant from the victory. Bit of a connection as well between the two of them. Diego uses the same physical trainer.
Just hope he's written in a bonus for winning Grand Slam rounds. It's interesting to see there from Thiem. Okay, he might not have predicted the drop shot, but the fact he didn't run for it isn't a great sign. He's someone who usually does like to send a message down to his opponent. So is he just trying to save energy? It's a supreme backhand from Schwartzman.
And the backhand cross-court is something that will repeat over and over for Diego Schwartzman. What he has been working on in the off-season is trying to actually step into the ball, that when that short one is offered, redirecting the backhand up the line. A lot of the Argentines that have been in touch with, they feel like that when he's confident, when he's playing well, there's a willingness to actually redirect the backhand up the line with much more frequency.
And it's actually a shot that's worked incredibly well this tournament for players. We saw Gaston, of course, we talk about his drop shots, but he was someone who liked to take that backhand early on the rise, punch it, flatter strike. Trevisan on the women's side as well has played that shot well. It's been a bright start this from Schwartzman, very comfortable service hold.
Very tidy when he comes up to the drop shot. Scurries up to the ball. The racket was out in front. All he has to do is just hold the racket, wait for Dominic Thiem to move. Obviously went in the opposite direction. A comfortable hold for the number 12 seed.
Silky hand skills from Thiem. But even though there's a serve and volley, Mark, are you a little concerned? We saw him not run for a drop shot earlier on. Again, serving and volleying here, keeping the point nice and short.
Not yet.
Not yet.
All about conserving energy, I think.
Again, the serve and volley. We've seen 4 aces in the first game. 2 serve and volleys. It's Wimbledon tennis back in your day, Mark.
It's nice to see that the team has that ability to actually employ that tactic.
Taking the ball very early again there. Both players looking to get on top of this baseline duel. It's been an entertaining start. Thiem leading 2-1. Very entertaining start. A whole variety of different types of points that we've seen in the first 3 games. Both players, though, really looking to get inside the baseline and be the one to dictate.
Well, key for Schwartzman, I think, to actually stay closer to the baseline today. If Thiem is able to impart plenty of RPMs off of forehand and backhand. We know that he's comfortable imparting plenty of spin. If it gets up a little too high on Schwartzman, then it diffuses his weight of shot from the baseline.
Yeah, you were just talking about, of course, Schwartzman's only 5'7", so we know that Thiem hits a very heavy laced topspin ball. Do you think the direction will be more to the backhand of Schwartzman? We've talked about how he flattens out a little bit more on that wing. Is that going to be a little harder to control?
Well, for me, his backhand repeats, the two-hander of Schwartzman, repeats a little too often cross-court. That's mentioned earlier that he's trying to redirect the ball with much more ease, and not just waiting for the absolute perfect time. No surprise there. Length of the rally. Team will be planning on short rallies today.
30 seconds.
Incidentally, the two wins that Schwartzman had over Thiem in the 8 previous meetings were both epic encounters, 7-6 in the third. Where he was actually able to save a match point. That was in his home country of Argentina and Buenos Aires.
40 seconds.
Lost the final, though. And also beat him 7-5 in the third in Montreal in 2017. Generally, the other matches have been straight sets for Thiem. One going the distance, but the other 5 have been in straight sets for the Austrian, including a win in Vienna. So they've both won in their homeland against one another. We've seen the cross-court forehand pass, this time whipping it up the line and taking the game in the process. 2-all.
2 jeux partant.
Not losing a point in the 2 service games. Schwartzman, however, he has lost his serve multiple occasions in each of the match, at least 2. The last match he lost serve 3 times against Sonego.
How about that for use of the court? Pushing Diego Schwartzman right into the corner with the serve.
15 seconds.
And then just placing the ball at the front of the court in the other corner. Easy if you can execute it, which Thiem did to perfection.
I feel like after that particular serve, Pete, Thiem is very much aware that Schwartzman has that preference. Majority of the time will bring the backhand cross-court.
It's almost the perfect point, isn't it, from Schwartzman? Just wearing down Dominic Thiem. And at the moment, the longer rallies are going the Argentines' way.
15-30.
And even though Thiem pulling the trigger on the backhand up the line, he's a bit more willing to pull that shot up the line earlier in rallies. It's much more explosive as well, Thiem.
We do know is that Schwartzman is well aware of Thiem and the fact that he's just won the US Open and then was pushed all the way to 5 sets against Gaston. So I think he'll be more than happy for these lung-busting rallies to continue. Let's talked about Thiem playing amazing tennis of late, Schwartzman said, but the way he's been playing the last 2 weeks, he believes he will have chances. Length doing the damage in the end for Thiem. Patient tennis from the Austrian.
15-30.
27-shot rally there, Pete, and Schwartzman not doing enough really with the ball. It's like he was just participating in that rally. A lot of patience from Thiem. Big serve to successfully hold his serve.
Yeah, leads 3-2 first set.
Well, Schwartzman making the quarterfinals, hoping to be in the semifinals, Pete. He follows a long list of great players from Argentina. You can see the top of the page and probably the king of Argentine tennis, Guillermo Vilas, Jose Louis Clerc also reaching the semi-finals here. And this is in order. Go down to Franco Scolari, David Nalbandian, of course. Coria had an opportunity. Gaudio, big victory. Mariano Puerta also reaching the semi-finals, reaching the final here. And the big man himself, Juan Martín del Potro. Solid names there.
It wasn't Puerta the player to face Nadal in his first Slam final
he
here?
Was. Yep.
Of course, it won't be a team Nadal final this year because he may be the man to wait the winner of this one. We'll find that out later on tonight, though. Nadal taking on Jannik Sinner. So on serve so far in this one, Schwartzman serving 2-3. himself inside the baseline, and I wonder whether he was almost feeling out his opponent in these opening exchanges, Thiem. A couple of very long rallies in the previous game. Far more positive in that point. And Mark, we saw in the previous game,
Yep.
and you said Schwartzman being
Yes,
patient,
sir.
he's not doing a lot with the ball. Do you think that's a possible tactic, knowing the tiredness of Thiem, just to sort of go, okay, I'm just going to try and elongate the rallies, really
Yep.
test out his endurance?
Yes. The problem with that is it might provide a bit of time for Thiem to actually load up and impart much more heavier topspin.
And you also get the feeling, Mark, that those sort of duels, Thiem's more than happy trading in. It's not taking that much energy out of him compared to those drop shots that he was sprinting for a couple of nights ago.
Exactly. His lateral movement is something that he's probably quite accustomed to. Not too many problems. Very different from those burst moves forward to chase down the drop shot.
Wow. Looking to shorten the point there, Schwartzman, but it backfires. Return winner for Dominic Thiem.
And also the serve out wide. Talk about Thiem or Schwartzman. When he's pushed out wide, having to return that serve, he goes cross court, where Thiem, there's a bit more court for him to rip it up the line.
It's a chance here for the Austrian to get the first break of this match.
Vamos. 30-40.
Has he found the line? I don't think he has. It could be a costly miss for Thiem, although I think the chair umpire's saying, no, it's caught the line.
It's clear out. Clear. Come on, how do you see he's touching the line? Where?
You have a look. This is the mark.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. There is the mark, and it's out. Ah, yeah, I guess.
Interesting. He's definitively saying that she's pointing to, well, it's the mark, but it's that it's out. And it is.
And well, I have to say my first instinct was that it looked wide as well. And again, it's another controversial topic, whether you have the human eye against the technical Hawkeye. But according to Hawkeye, that was 22 millimeters out. So that could be a costly mistake by the umpire, which would have costed Schwartzman his serve. Thiem then with the first break at 4-2.
nice elevation by Schwartzman, putting aside the disappointment of losing his serve. And Pete, as a former player, and at the times that when I've called down the chair umpire on clay, for something that's right under their eyes, I think I would hope that they may get down and have a look at it, the ball mark that you're pointing to from every angle. Just never thought that Louise Engel actually got around from the angle that the ball was struck.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It didn't seem like she even went down the line, which was the big thing for me as well.
Anyway, we have to move on, as does Diego Schwartzman, that he's got to put that aside. And that disappointment, as annoying that it is, because he was so sure that it was out. Yeah, and you've also got to say, I mean, he probably should have lost the point anyway. Thiem should have made the winner with that ball as it was. I don't know how much you know your football, but always remember there was a huge controversial decision when Republic of Ireland were trying to qualify for a World Cup in football against France. It was a handball against Henri, but it wasn't spotted. And I always remember that their ex-player, Roy Keane, going, no, you needed to deal with the ball into the box first. You don't want to run the risk of officials making bad decisions. Don't go break point down, basically. Yeah, that's silky. And he's responded well, hasn't he? Probably thankful that Thiem has actually thrown in a couple of drop shots here. He has made every one of them, I believe, Schwartzman, and got there with enough time.
So a chance to break straight back for the Argentine.
Left, premises.
It was a late call, but let was called. Well, again, going to the drop shot, and again it backfires for Dominic Thiem. As he throws the break of serve back to his opponent. Thiem leading, though, 4-3. Just wonder whether Louise Engel is off the Christmas card list for Diego Schwartzman.
Well, as he was walking towards that change of ends there, he was just taking another look, it seemed, at that controversial line call. And I go back to his US Open match against Cam Norrie. He became very unsettled over several line calls. They were using the electronic line calling system there. They had no linesman at all. So he felt on several occasions against Cam Norrie, after leading 2 sets of love, 2-2 in the third set, things were going along nicely, but he felt the line calling was inaccurate. He was proved wrong, but he didn't let it go, and he became distracted and really threw away sets 3 and 4, and eventually it did cost him the match.
And Mark just talking about the frustrations that Diego Schwartzman had with a Hawkeye system at the US Open, and it didn't let those frustrations go, but he's feeling better about his tennis right now, that's for certain, coming into this match, the form he's got, and so maybe that's why we saw a far better response in that game from the Argentine. Didn't go into the US Open with that much form, lost in the second round of Cincinnati. But here, after reaching the final of Rome, he's brimming with confidence, and back on serve at 3-4.
15 secondes.
Wow. On the run, but no issue generating power with that forehand.
15-30.
Well, that was a pretty savvy half volley off the backhand and backed it up on the very next shot. That was just well timed. 148 Ks off the face of the racket. That's not going to work.
Throughout his career, he's had to make sure when he comes to the net, Schwartzman, it's got to be off a better approach than that because of his wingspan being so small.
And I think if you're more a natural transition player looking to go forward, if you recognize that your approach shot hasn't found its target, you actually pick up your foot speed to at least arrive into net ready to go hunting for that volley. Neither happened for Schwartzman.
Again, it's a grueling point that Schwartzman's able to hang in there and come through. So he saves the first of 2 break points.
30-40.
He didn't know which way to go there, Thiem, and chose the wrong way.
40.
Yeah, total misread by the Austrian. Trying to recover maybe into the middle of the court or at least covering down the line, but also a difficult shot for Schwartzman because he played that around head high. That's where they're just wondering about the weight of shot from Schwartzman. It's providing a lot of time for Thiem right now to load up and hit heavy.
Keeps coming forward and let off the hook there by Thiem.
Yeah,
I'm surprised he didn't rip that with the backhand.
Absolute lazy footwork, Kurt, from the Austrian. That second serve was a very slow-paced second serve into the middle of the box, very passive. And passive was the return as well.
it's brilliant. Push the reset button and able to come out on top of the point and recovers in the game too. Saving the 2 break points to make it 4-all.
4, jeu partant.
Midway through that point though, Mark, have you ever seen a lob with that much topspin on it?
Yes, from another Austrian, Thomas Muster. Certainly on these clay courts, he had fantastic control from the backcourt. What a confidence-building game for Schwartzman, responding from 15-40 and ending the game with that backhand up the line. Start to think of Leighton Hewitt a little bit in that respect, Pete. Obviously, Leighton was one of the great all-time players, year-ending #1 on a couple of occasions. On clay, he had this backhand that went cross-court. He could rally cross-court, and having watched him play, you'd really be eager for him to try and step up closer to the baseline. Just long, but you could sense that when Leighton was seeing the ball well and feeling good on the court, if he did get close to the baseline and he could direct his backhand up the line, you were in a lot of trouble.
That's a ripper into the corner. So it's Thiem's turn to respond. Losing the last 2 games. Knows having moved around the ball here. He's left the open court, so it's got to be a winner or at least get Schwartzman on the stretch.
Interesting position that he played that. Clearly he's not wanting to be in that position, but never really got forward.
It's going to be a comfortable service hold this, but still some work to do for Thiem. Full stirrers in a row from the Austrian. And Schwartzman just allowed back in. These are worrying times for the Austrian.
Avantage, Schwartzman.
Chance for Schwartzman to win a 3rd straight game, and all of a sudden, he'll be serving for the first set. Thiem just electing to bunt the ball there rather than rip it. Nearly backfired, but able to save the break point.
Well, this is a nice move forward, but Petey, it's like the slide. He's overdone the slide, crowding himself. So fortunately, he was paying attention and able to just get that ball over and force Schwartzman into a volley.
Avantage Thiem.
Well, he hit 4 aces in the first game. Thiem, he hasn't hit an ace since then. It's a valuable cheap point. Another monstrous forehand. And it's a first game in 3 for Dominic Thiem. And he is the one to be a game away from taking the first set.
5 chez un 4.
Well, right in the corner was the shot of Schwartzman, and then tried to get it to the forehand of Thiem. That one coming back, Pete, at 157 Ks. Tremendous speed off the face of the racket by the Austrian. And the serve speeds between the two players today, the advantage lying with Thiem. I'm sure that that's probably relevant to shots from the ground as well, Pete.
Yeah, it's really interesting match so far. First 9 games. Again, the patterns of play have been changing, it feels. As in, I don't quite know what to expect each point right now, Mark.
Thiem has been altering from, high velocity, trying to flatten it out, shorten some of the points, and then getting engaged in some lengthy rallies.
Serving to stay in the set here, Schwartzman.
It
has been a set that's meandered one way then the other. Just when you feel one player's gone on top of it, backs come the opponent. First double for Schwartzman. Could be a costly one. A serve that just came down at 156 Ks.
That's slower than we've seen some of the forehands from Dominic Thiem, but Thiem not even moving his feet.
Again, you just have to think it's about fatigue in this game, isn't it, for Thiem? Because he's been so good recently on the big points in matches. And well, one was a second serve misreturn, the other was a slow first serve misreturn, and having been up love 30, now Diego Schwartzman with the chance to wriggle out of the game. Just talk about tiredness physically, but tiredness emotionally as well. Dominic Thiem. There's another unforced error from the Austrian.
Schwartzman.
Do you get the feeling he's there for the taking today, Dominic Thiem?
5 jeux partout.
Yes, yeah. Certainly from what I've seen, and it's just a question now of, in this next 10 minutes, does Schwartzman, does he try to keep these elongated rallies going? Does he have the patience?
That's one way of shortening the points. They're taking almost on the half volley team.
15.
He's looking for what would be a 13th straight win. In fact, it would be a 12th, beg your pardon. And that just shows you the winning run he's been on. And
37.
when you consider that the amount that first Grand Slam win would have taken out of him emotionally as well as physically. He was talking about the struggles that he had getting up to the drop shot against Gaston. It wasn't just that the foot speed, it was what he was doing with the ball having got there. Thinking perhaps as clearly as it would have been in earlier rounds.
Well, the volley was there. Set the point up nicely, did Schwartzman. You could see that his arm was almost straight. Had to stretch out for the forehand volley.
Feels like it's been a long, long time since he last held comfortably, Thiem. He's able to come through this game relatively unscathed. The Thiem a game away, taking the opening set once again, this time 6-5. Well, you said it, Mark. You felt Thiem's there for the taking, but it also feels like perhaps Diego Schwartzman hasn't quite taken advantage of that situation yet. I mean, he's been playing some great tennis of late. Just wonder about the belief right now for the Argentine. He's very much in this first set, of course, but there's been a chance for him to take it, really. It just doesn't feel like he's taking his opportunities right now.
Yeah, and a major question might be, does he have the game to actually take the victory? Plays well in the rallies, but he hasn't been able to just finish off those rallies.
Reprise.
Diego Schwartzman, who's never reached a semi-final of a Grand Slam before. After all the names of the Argentines who have previously done that in the men's game, hoping to add his name to the list today. And you do feel, with the way Thiem is moving and perhaps thinking, this is a great opportunity for the world number 14. But first things first, he's got to serve to stay in this set at 5-6.
Let. Premises.
Shot he struggled with a couple of nights ago against Hugo Gaston, but he gets that one just right.
0-15.
Yeah, he does. And just when I was thinking, Pete, that right now Schwartzman he's just engaging in these lengthy rallies, baseline to baseline, hasn't employed the drop shot, and he throws one in just then, but it's something that he needs to have up his sleeve because he doesn't have the weight of shot in rally mode to really disturb Thiem right now. It's plenty of time for Thiem to really stay alive in the rally, load up for waiting for a bit of an opening.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mark, as well, with regards to the drop shots. It's something I thought we were going to see quite a lot of today from Schwartzman, especially, I mean, even Thiem said in his post-match pressure he wasn't enjoying getting up to them and having to run for them time and time again, and that he was quite tired from doing all those sprints.
You've covered quite a bit of Schwartzman over time. I'm not sure if it's a shot that he can play it every now and then, but it's not something that I think he repeats.
It's certainly a shot he can play, though.
Yeah.
It's not one that you don't see him play at all, as in seen him play it pretty well. Whether or not he feels he can do it off the ball that's coming to him from Thiem is another question, and maybe that's why we're seeing more the slice from Thiem, as in, okay, you can hit a drop shot off a slice, but maybe that's why it means he's then a little further up the court. Again, second serve return on a big point. Thiem just gets it horribly wrong. Difficult conditions, of course. You can see how blustery it is out there.
And that's a 135k serve, and Pete, just in slow-mo there, not a lot of footwork, not enough little steps. You want to take those little steps when it is windy. Oh, and just jumping at that one, never really getting the right leg out behind the ball.
It's the same sort of story, isn't it, as to the last time Schwartzman came out to serve to stay in the set. Love 30 down, a couple of missed returns, and Schwartzman with the chance to close out the game and take us into a breaker. Does just that. It's been a fascinating first set. There's been a sprinkling of brilliance from both players at times. Other times, a bit of scrappy play. You feel there's so much riding on this next tiebreaker. You look at the tiebreak records, 12-16, 7-3 Schwartzman on the year. So both players should be feeling confident for the 7-point shootout.
Schwartzman.
And this one from Thiem is hit with so much underspin, ball stays low, and that's an incredible job by Schwartzman. Risking for him by coming forward as well, but it pays off with that first point.
That's great tennis, isn't it? Clear thinking from Schwartzman, and this time is clinical at the net.
2-0. Schwartzman.
It's been quite strange, hasn't it? The amount of returns the team has missed.
Schwartzman.
It's not the biggest of serves. He stands quite far back as well. It's one of the reasons he stands far back, because he wants time to wind up. But I suppose the elements, but
Waiting for the ball to come into that slot, and a slow serve as well as some elements that are playing its part. The feet have to be operating. They're just not working right now for Thiem.
scoreboard isn't working either. 4 points in a row in this tiebreaker for Schwartzman, but if you remember, he loved 30 down in the previous game, so that's now 8 points in a row for the Argentine. The team has gone off the boil at the worst possible moment.
Wow. Some odd shot selections by Thiem, Pete. He's really cut out of these points very early on. And not being able to move into a healthy court position. Have a look at that, where he's positioned. Well, and I guess we can put that down to maybe just the fatigue. There's maybe the mind is, he knows where he should be, but the legs just don't have that sustenance.
And in a way, if Schwartzman does get over the line in this tiebreaker, this has been the dream set for the Argentine. Well, maybe just feeling that there isn't a lot left in the tank, so he's having to just grip it and rip it, shorten the rallies. Gets himself on the tiebreaker scoreboard, but a lot later than he would have liked, Dominic Thiem. So as they change ends, it's 5-1 to Schwartzman. And as you were saying there, that's been the scary thing, isn't it, with what we've been watching with Thiem. The footwork hasn't quite been there, but it's been the shot selection too. Something that he's improved vastly over the last couple of years after working with Nicolas Massoud. It's not just fatigue of the feet and the physical side of things, it's fatigue of the mind. All the emotions that come with winning a first ever Grand Slam. He said he was going to use up every ounce of energy in these 2 weeks. He's going to push it to the total limit. Just wonder how far off that limit we are right now.
Schwartzman.
5 set points then for Diego Schwartzman. Oh, what a way to finish. And in a way, it's the dream set for Diego Schwartzman. It's taken an hour and 2 minutes. He's worn down his opponent, but more importantly, he has taken the opener 7-6. We've been talking about how Dominic Thiem might be running on empty. This is one of the reasons, not the total reason. Of course, he's had almost 2 hours more on the tennis court than Diego Schwartzman at this tournament. But when we talk about his tiredness, we're also referencing winning a first ever Grand Slam just a few weeks ago.
Well, that and the combination of who he's played against, you know, Cilic, Sock, Casper Ruud, and then that 5-setter. It's just that it saps your energy trying to be ready for those matches. And then up the other end is Schwartzman, who plays, I mean, it's been a dream draw for him. Kecmanovic, Justino, Gombos, Sonego. I mean, excuse me? That's like 250 level players, not a Grand Slam.
So much of that 10 hours that the team has played on the court, it's been high intensity. The first couple of sets were fantastic against Marin Cilic, and he said himself he played some of the best tennis this year against Casper Ruud. And then that drama against Gaston. Another 25-shot long buster to start set 2. Found the corner of the court. So, Mark, what does he do, Thiem, if he is running on empty here? As in, what can he do against Schwartzman?
Well, apart from trying to keep the points short, just be succinct with his play. Schwartzman, when he does come to net, provides a target for Thiem immediately, but the success rate of Schwartzman, he's been choosing very wisely when to come forward and has had success. Thiem just can't seem to get the footwork into place in order for him to load up and try and punish the ball.
Dominic Thiem did say in that match against Gaston was that he didn't have any energy in sets 3 and 4, but then he found some in set 5. So an early break here would just give him the lift that he would need moving forward in this match. A couple of break points for the world number 3. And there is the early break. So after playing some great tennis at the back end of the first set, Schwartzman, that was a bit of a sloppy game, and that may just lift the spirits of Dominic Thiem.
Well, Schwartzman still maintaining that serving stats that he's displayed through the tournament. Breaking serve the once, don't forget, he has broken serve at least 7 times in every match that he has played so far. So that area, well, he was able to break the once. A couple of other opportunities slid by. but benefiting from the unforced errors of Dominic Thiem. And Pete, I know that a few people at home listening might have thought, well, hang on, that's a bit harsh that you've said that Schwartzman has played guys that are at a 250 level of the tournament. You can only beat who is up the other end of the court on the day. And so those players have actually obviously secured victories in round 2, round 3, and of course in the 4th round, Sonego. But it has been a superb draw for him. He's been able to knock those opponents out without dropping a set. So he's arrived a lot more fresh mentally, and he's got a fresh pair of legs compared to Thiem.
Shows just how important it is, isn't it, to get through the draw with relative ease. And he had a little bit of luck as well in the 2nd round, playing Gustinho, who had that astonishing win over Corentin Moutet. So I think Gustinho was also out of puff when he stepped on the tennis court.
And they've had the longest match of the tournament so far, I believe.
Yep. Yeah. The longest score-wise of its history in terms of games played.
2 historical points that length of match and the scoreboard.
Just the type of shot that illustrates what we were saying there about Thiem. I mean, it's very rare you see the world number 3 not even reach the net with a shot. And that was almost just like he wanted to check out of the rally.
Yeah, it was a heavily struck ball by Schwartzman cross court. Just no reaction. A little laboured from the Austrian.
Left, premises. Left, premises.
What?
30.
But of course, the psychology down the other end is going to be fascinating to watch as well. Never been to a Grand Slam semi-final. Schwartzman will be aware of what an opportunity this is. He was able to back up the break for a 2-love lead. And it's not always easy, is it, playing against someone who is a little out of puff, because Schwartzman will be well aware that Thiem's still so dangerous with the strike of ball that he has. And he can't deviate away from his probably initial game plan too much. Not get ahead of himself as well.
I think for me, Pete, I envision what happened to Sasha Zverev against Carreño Busta at the US Open. Down 2-0. But Carreño Busta, as well as what he was playing, and the wind playing havoc with some of the balls there. But I go back to that match, Carreño Busta with a 2-set sell-off lead still had trouble finishing points and going out after that victory to take it from Sasha Zverev, who was able to play his way back in and could be relevant here. The big question is, does Schwartzman believe that he can finish enough points?
Not just finish enough points, but does he believe? He can beat someone of the quality of Dominic Thiem in a slam in this position in the quarterfinals. Of course, Thiem leads their head-to-head 6-2. Win over Nadal, though, I'm sure, something he will draw upon with regards to recent memory. He's frustrated it. Just giving away too many cheap points at the start of the second set. Fantastic play from Schwartzman. And taking that backhand so early, almost on the half volley, to get Thiem on the run. This was a shot here. Good base. Wasn't pushed off the back foot at all. Oh, how has he won that point? Wow. Here, there, and everywhere, Diego Schwartzman.
It's fantastic. Look how much he actually has to run in this point. 54.2 compared to 39 from Thiem. And, oh, boy, when you're in control of the point and all of a sudden that ball drops onto your shoelaces,
Thiem down. And that's an important hold from Diego Schwartzman. Thiem, though, leads 2-1 second set.
Well, some lengthy rallies in the last couple of points Schwartzman's way, and when he's returning serve, it seems like he is tactically trying something. On the juice side, you can see how much closer he is standing to return serve against Thiem. Almost, 1.5 feet behind the baseline. And when he's returning serve on the ad side, he's giving himself almost 9 feet of space behind the baseline. So obviously he's much more at home. He's taking a bigger cut at the return on the ad court. Feels much more secure with the backhand that he often drives cross court. That's perhaps why he's been able to break serve as many times as he has, not just to date, but in the tournament.
Reprise.
And a grinding couple of points for Schwartzman to hold serve. In the previous game, Thiem was just being pushed side to side. There wasn't a lot of zip in those legs to get him into position. He could only just come under the ball and get the ball back into the middle of the court, allowing Schwartzman to take some heavy cuts.
Let, premises.
Almost a second thought, wasn't it? In regards to volleying after the serve. Gets it right.
30 seconds.
Yeah, nice move. Just a couple of steps, maybe 3 in all for Thiem to move forward once he saw that Schwartzman was playing the high looper return. Oh, yeah. Much better footwork. Remained on the baseline. Went forward to the ball. Reached its target.
Yeah, so much more authoritative from the Austrian. A comfortable service hold. And you just think, don't you, with how he's feeling out there, perhaps, as in shots like that must give him a lift emotionally, which then may help him physically.
Again, that slower second delivery causing some problems for Thiem.
I think causing problems for Thiem as well, isn't it? It is the wind, of course. Roof open. We always talk about the best players in the wind are the ones that move their feet the best. Little steps. If he is feeling heavy, that's not going to help him either.
And of course, you have those little reminders, key indicators yourself when you're playing singles. And know that there was plenty of time out there in the doubles court that for Todd and I, when it was windy conditions, Todd might have reminded me about taking smaller steps.
And we're reminded that the roof is very much open as the rain falls down hard momentarily. Hoping that is that with regards to the rain. Umbrellas, though, seemingly staying up.
Yeah, 30.
Yeah, I think he was just saying that.
And how do you know if it's playable or not? What do you think?
I think it's too dangerous. Really.
It's unreal.
Yeah.
Why you don't ask? Instead you said, no, the court is fine to play. If you are sitting there and we are playing.
Both players wanting to stop here. You heard Schwartzman just say, what do you think to Dominic Thiem? And he said, I think it's too dangerous.
¿Cómo puede ser que me diga no está bien para jugar, está ahí sentada cuando tengo toda la lluvia cayéndome en la cara y toda la línea mojada? Sí, pero que respondan como corresponde, es impresionante. Los dos estamos diciéndole que esperemos unos minutos y dicen...
You just wonder what Novak Djokovic is thinking when you consider how long it took. It was about an hour, wasn't it, where you had constant rain. Again, it's not been raining for long. It was very heavy initially. It's eased off a little, so I think I understand why the tournament organisers and Louise Zangzel in the chair is just saying the players should maybe wait a little bit before they either go off court or the roof is told to close. People just deciding to sing in the rain. I was just thinking, is that Sophie Amiak there in the crowd somewhere? Encouraging that. Loves a sing-song, does Sophie. Beautiful picture that is with regards to the Eiffel Tower, of course, in the background. It does look like the rain has almost stopped, though, now. Were you surprised that they didn't have the roof closed for the start of this match, Mark? When we had to delay it for about 15-20 minutes because the rain did come down?
No, I like the idea that, bottom line, this is an outdoor tournament. And unless the weather patterns show that it's going to be a consistent, heavy rainfall, then maybe bring the roof over. But I think clearly, they've got together, and as tournaments generally do, they make these slight tweaks along the way to perhaps when the appropriate time is to close the roof.
Well, the roof is going to stay open for now, and play is going to be resumed. The players seemingly happy to continue. Very difficult conditions with regards to the wind, though. Schwartzman still with a game point here. It's a tired-looking backhand, isn't it? Almost middle of the net. Thiem still in front in this second set. Schwartzman, though, able to hold. Seen some terrific points in this rally. And both players having to cover a lot of distance in this rally. This was a couple of games ago. Thiem just a little slow there, getting up to the ball for the final volley. You talked about not wanting the ball down at your feet, but you just wonder here, thinking if he's feeling fresh and fit, does he get there a bit earlier to make the volley more comfortable?
Yeah, I think even probably before the volley, being able to unload on the backhand.
Reprise.
So it was Schwartzman who was able to come from a breakdown in the first set to take it on the tie break. Had some amazing rallies, some fantastic points. Don't really feel it's caught fire yet, though, this quarter-final. Thiem a big reason for that. You do definitely feel like he is overcooked with regards to the amount of tennis he's played. But he's inventive, he's got power. He's also got belief and spirit, so he will hang in there and fight as hard as possible.
For me, Pete, one word that you just used at the end there, spirit. He's just not a type of a guy that will disappear out of matches. He might get disappointed with himself, but it doesn't go into that where back-to-back games, sets disappear.
Well, if only he was taller than 5'7", that one might have come back as well.
Perhaps if he actually jumped onto the linesman's chair back there. This one right down the middle of the court. Elevate himself up. But yeah, that's the thing for me, that Thiem, if he can just keep the ball going long enough and ask the question of Schwartzman, are you capable of taking this match away from me? Constructing points like that is what Schwartzman is probably desiring. And in two minds with that backhand. See that Schwartzman is way off the court. And that mistake provides a couple of break opportunities for Schwartzman.
Done well there, Thiem. Not easy in these windy conditions on the overhead. Schwartzman not giving up on anything.
Yeah, and these lobs are sent up so high, so they're coming down right onto Thiem. He's more than capable on that overhead.
Still a break point to try and save. It's a bit of a gift, isn't it, from Thiem? And that's got a sting if he is low on energy. Schwartzman gets the break back for 3-all. Smart serve as well, knowing that Thiem is perhaps struggling. He's standing so deep. And the slider taking him off the court, meaning he's got to push back and cover a lot of court no matter what. right now. He's finding a nice balance right now, isn't he, Schwartzman? Because we talked about him earlier in this set. Doesn't want to get too passive, but he's playing on the front foot and just manoeuvring Thiem around.
Yeah, he kept the ball out of the centre corridor in that last point. The two forehands were close enough to the sideline with plenty of rotation. Nice. Once more, that approach shot was played closer to the doubles alley on the ad court.
Secures the game. Gets his nose in front for the first time in the second set. Schwartzman leads 4-3. Well, we talked about Schwartzman here with regards to trying to get over the line in this match, even though he's nowhere near the line with regards to trying to win it already. But that win over Rafael Nadal, he'll be able to draw upon, but also the win over Denis Shapovalov in the semi-final in the same tournament. And that was to reach his first ever Masters final. He had to come from a breakdown twice in the decider and then held his nerve. So he has done some achievements recently where he should have the belief from that, which has to help him here, although, of course, this would be probably the biggest achievement in his career to make a Grand Slam semi-final.
Reprise. 3
titles on the ATP Tour. Schwartzman, 9 finals, biggest one being in Rome just before this event. This is his 4th Grand Slam quarter-final. He's looking to go one step further than his coach, Juan Ignacio Cella, who was twice a quarter-finalist here, but never a semi-finalist. Looking good right now for the Argentine.
And perhaps having some healthy discussions with Juan Ignacio about those moments where he did lose in the quarterfinals. That what maybe he needed. What he needed to maybe do differently in order to have made that one, taken that one extra step and reach the semi-finals. It's the value of working with someone who has had that first-hand experience of what it's like to be out here.
Well, when I coached, it was always do as I say, not as I do. And that's the same with Cella, isn't it?
Works well for some.
Yeah, it is a battle on the sidelines, of course, 2 South Americans with the Chilean, Nicolas Massu. Never quite made the quarterfinals here. 3rd round was his best effort, but more famed for that gold medal of his in Athens, that double gold medal. Schwartzman to get that half volley of a forehand back into play.
45.
One more question of Thiem. Fabulous tennis all round. And that has really got to hurt Dominic Thiem, because he played a great point in there, but just no way through the defense.
And it's the reaction after playing the the passing shot by Dominic Thiem. The reaction time is just off. It's not as quick to chase down that next ball, and you could hear that footwork as well. It was very heavy as he went out to the forehand.
Right now, Schwartzman's a nightmare opponent. Again, forcing Thiem to hit 1 or 2 extra balls in that rally, but this time, the world number 3 up to the task and does secure the game to make it 4-all. But how much has that game taken out of him?
Yeah, not an easy point either for Thiem, the overhead. But that was a high-quality forehand volley to finish the point.
Suddenly, this match has come to life, hasn't it?
Maybe caught Schwartzman by surprise. The backhand up the line, dipping over at the last minute. And then that second backhand, a lot of time, a lot of options for Thiem to win the point.
So he just upped it a gear or 2, Thiem. It's 5 minutes or so. He's the one dictating the points right now. Once again, look how far back Schwartzman is behind that baseline.
Got out of some key games, Schwartzman, in this set on serve. A couple of love 30s, pegged to 30-all. Able to move through, hold serve, but he's in a spot of bother right now.
Yeah, 3 break points for the world number 3. He's done well there.
Nice depth. Certainly pushing Thiem back behind the baseline.
Needed 2 bites of the cherry. Gets it done on the second bite.
And Pete, I think it's just these fresh pair of legs from Schwartzman, able to get in there, that sneak play. Thiem having to play a 2-hander here. And a really, that's a top shelf volley as well for Schwartzman. Much more aggressive on the forehand volley into the open court.
Lent, premier service.
It's back to Juice. Keep talking about Dominic Thiem, perhaps struggling with fitness. I feel if he goes 2 sets to love down, surely it's going to be too much of a task for him to come back from that deficit. This could be the pivotal game in this match. Oh, well, it's a late call, but it is just long. Schwartzman just struggling with length himself in that rally. Just allowing Thiem to be the dominator. Talking about Dom Thiem dominating UTS this year. He said he didn't want that nickname, didn't want the dominator. So went with Domi. Break point here, though, again for the Austrian.
Let premises.
Just missed it. These are painful misses right now. Dominic Thiem. Just couldn't control it.
Avantage, Schwartzman.
Still we go on in the game.
Égalité.
Recovering nicely, Schwartzman, after being pushed back behind the baseline, having to come up to this backhand slice. It's not an easy shot for him to follow into net. It's much more comfortable when he plays the two-hander. Beautiful, and it's brave play by the Argentine.
Avantage, Schwartzman.
This is a shot that he's been working on. If you recognize that the serve is of high quality, you have your man that probably is going to play a defensive shot, so you moving forward, using his foot speed very well.
This is a fascinating game right now, isn't it? does feel like Thiem's upped his intensity. Schwartzman has reacted as well.
It's a quality point. Just knifing some of those backhands. Almost baiting Schwartzman. Those backhand slices of Thiem are staying awfully low. He's having to deal with not just the spin, but the wind is also affecting the ball. And it's in an area that Schwartzman has probably shown signs over a couple of seasons. He's just not comfortable with that mid-court ball that's on the forehand and having to make that decision of going forward or not.
No, still Thiem can't break in the game as Schwartzman brilliantly saves a 5th break point.
And you have to say brave play again, Pete. This is not something that Schwartzman so desires, but in order for him to go to the semi-finals and to beat some of the bigger guys, it's a point that he needs to roll the dice with.
Relentless from Schwartzman.
And once again, Schwartzman asking the question. You never know how your opponent is going to respond if you don't ask that question. Coming forward one more time, getting the error from Thiem.
Epic game, this one. Nearly 12 minutes long. Once again, a chance for Schwartzman to close it out. Still can't, and still we go on.
With him missing going up the line here, Thiem might just file that back away. And if that same shot comes up again, I think Schwartzman will change the direction and go back to that trusted cross court deep into the corner.
That will be a 6th break point for Thiem. Oh, well, that's the toughest volley he's had to play. Look of relief from Schwartzman, but how well did he play this?
And how well has it paid off by him risking and coming forward?
Yeah, Thiem knew he couldn't have hit that backhand up the line any sweeter. Still ends up losing the point.
Avantage.
Come forward again. Will it be lucky number 7 with regards to the break points in this game for Dominic Thiem? Who wants this game? It's amazing, isn't it? Both playing incredible tennis when they go game point down. Not great tennis when they go game point up. Just drifts long.
Avantage. Schwartzman.
This will really sting if he doesn't get the break here, Thiem. He's put so much into this game. A quarter of an hour long. Remember, early on in the tournament, Djokovic won a set in 20 minutes. Schwartzman still trying to win this game. Could that be the pivotal game? It's a monster of a game, over 15 minutes long. 7 breakpoint chances for Thiem, but he ends up with nothing. And Schwartzman a game away from a 2-sets-to-love lead.
Well, that certainly was a pivotal game for Schwartzman, Pete, and looks like Thiem is trying to play his tennis when he can win the points or keep the points under 5 shots or less. You can see 55% win rate when he's able to achieve that. And if the rally extends 5 shots or more, sometimes 9 shots or longer, it's where the advantage is lying with Schwartzman so far. Some lengthy rallies in that last game. And now it's Thiem time to try and answer those questions.
Well, we talked about what a spirited character Dominic Thiem is. That is going to be tested to the limit, you would think, in this next game. Can he forget the opportunities that he had in the previous game and focus on the present? So 7 break points missed in the previous game for Thiem. Having been up a break also in this set. Now serving to stay in it at 4-5. And that is perhaps a tied shot.
0-15.
Was the previous game the straw that finally broke the camel's back with regards to Domi's team's resistance in this tournament?
Very few times today have we seen Schwartzman not get up to that ball, the attempted drop shot, and keep the ball into play.
15.
backhand skills. Schwartzman knew, Dominic Thiem probably knew what was coming and made sure it was good.
15-30.
Well, has Thiem seen some of the stats where he was trying to keep the points less than 5 hits? That's 3 points and 3 drop shots.
2 hours on the clock. Oh my. Well, is that just a vision of the semi-finals right there for Diego Schwartzman?
Yeah, that really did sit up. And not even into the top of the tape.
This is where pendulum swings all the time, doesn't it, with regards to nerves? Kind of feel there are going to be no nerves for Thiem. He's just trying to fight and battle. There's another error.
15-30.
Oh, that's electric. He's missed a couple of simple balls in this game. There was nothing simple about that pass.
It's incredible, isn't it? A couple of what we consider sitters, and he's under plenty of duress here. But then again, it's that backhand cross court that he is so reliable with. Brings it back to 30 all.
Let. Premier 16.
Just too big from Dominic Thiem.
Avantage Thiem.
Gutsy hold. When you consider what went on in the previous game, what's gone on in the previous weeks, he is fighting hard and hanging in there. And it's 5-all second set.
Sorry.
me quedé enganchado, boludo, porque no se puede creer que pierdo.
Just wondering, Pete, whether those couple of misses in that previous game had now just left a bad taste in Schwartzman's mouth. More importantly, starting to infiltrate the mindset.
And that's not going to help. Reminder, in the previous quarter-final here at Roland-Garros, he was a set-up against Rafael Nadal. Looking good, I think, early on in the second set as well, before the rain came and shifted the momentum of the match. Never been a set away from a semis in Paris.
Let Los Angeles.
Oh, nerves getting the better here of the diminutive Argentinian. It's Thiem who breaks at the back end of the second set, and in a few moments' time will serve to make it one set apiece. And again, I just keep saying this, over the last year and a half or so, you have to give so much credit to Dominic Thiem. 15-minute game that he loses. Wasn't able to convert any of the 7 break points. I think against lesser men, they perhaps fall away in the next game. Not Dominic Thiem. Talking of falling away, good to see the ball boy was all right after that fall. Doesn't tend to show too many emotions. Thiem as well in between the points, doesn't give much away. Still seeing him sort of kick those heels. I imagine that's just trying to kick out any lactic acid, stiffness that he may have from that epic 5-set win 2 nights ago. But he's now got the opportunity to make this at least a 4-set match. So well there, Schwartzman again, able to stay so calm and cool at the front of the court. Just such a lung buster of a rally.
Yeah, being brave enough to come forward, and have a look at that laboured movement over to the half volley though by Thiem. Those quads must be just screaming out when he has to make a fast move into a corner. So how brave does Schwartzman become in this game? Having to deal with losing his service game. Last time he stepped up, a few unforced errors. Does he go conservative? Or does he try and keep his target? Those moves forward.
Was the second one, if that's anything to go by. Nice bit of side spin on the volley too, just to take it that little bit further away from Thiem.
And
15-30.
I think it aided by clipping some of the sideline there, Pete, as well, and it just slid off. Make it all the more difficult for Thiem to chase it down.
It's been amazing in the last few games. Whoever's been in front has really struggled to kick on from that winning position. Billie Jean King once saying that to be a good tennis player, you had to be a good actor or actress. Tell yourself you're behind all the time.
It's a tough shot, that one, for Schwartzman, for a lot of players. Not a lot of ground or a target to hit to. And if you don't hit it well enough, then you're caught out. You're exposing yourself, having to run into the juice court.
Set point Thiem. What a set of tennis from Dominic Thiem, full of guts and character. Didn't look likely when he lost an epic game to go 5-4 down. But somehow he's taken the second set 7-5 in an hour and 8 minutes.
29, s'il vous plaît.
Rafael Nadal, if he does come through that match against Jannik Sinner, I'm pretty happy that this one's gone to settle. Taken 2 hours and 17 minutes. Who would he want to win, do you think, in this situation?
Well, if it's Nadal that gets through against Sinner, I'm sure that he would prefer to play against the weaker set of legs.
Thiem,
the more fatigued set of legs,
yes.
Not the weaker set, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
One that's had a lot of mileage.
Thiem, of course, has beaten Nadal on multiple occasions on the clay. Never here, though, in Paris. And you also factor into what your answer was there. Of course, Schwartzman beat Nadal just a week and a half or so ago, a couple of weeks ago.
Right now, Schwartzman's just having to dig himself out of another hole here on serve. Perhaps a fallout from losing that second set has gone a bit negative.
That's so good from Thiem.
Zero, 40.
Yeah, and as soon as Thiem was able to get that overhead back below the level of the net, his chances certainly increased.
Initially called in and then corrected by the line judge.
Yeah, that might be a... These two know each other fairly well.
Yeah, played 8 times, of course. So I'm not sure how much of the ball the line judge could see there. Was almost looking through Thiem. So point will be replayed. Still 3 break points to the Austrian.
Wait, please.
I just feel towards the back end of that set, Thiem found another gear, some more energy. He's not, of course, as sprightly as he has been at the start of the tournament, but it's interesting how he's talked about lacking energy at certain times in matches and then finding it again. Has he found the line there, Schwartzman? Yes, he has. Gutsy tennis to save a second break point.
It certainly is. This is not a shot that generally from that position that he will go with. Certainly, given the scoreline, 15-40, that is a high-risk shot, but it comes off.
Gets the break, and the momentum continues for Dominic Thiem. Who saw this coming when he was 5-4 down in the second? You just wonder what's going through the mind of the Argentine right now.
Maybe that 12-minute, 15-minute game took a lot out of Schwartzman. And Thiem able to respond well behind the first serve. 74% of points won. 12 for 12, and Schwartzman all of a sudden, Pete, just coughing up a few unforced errors, perhaps at the back end. So the spread between winners and unforced errors on the negative side for Diego Schwartzman, and perhaps dealing with some negativity right now as well, disappointment.
Yeah, I just wonder, I mean, we both said at the time, didn't we, that game at 4-all, we both said what a pivotal game it was likely to be. Didn't turn out that way. But as you were just saying, just wonder whether Schwartzman invested so much into winning that game, and then he may have thought, I've probably got my opponent now. I've probably done enough. Concentration dipped. Either way, he didn't take advantage of a very winnable next game. Hasn't really reacted since.
In the end, the Thiem is up right now. The wind is coming into down and across the court. So when he is in that backhand side, I think that that's why we're seeing him play those, execute the drop shots, trying to fade the ball in the wind.
I mentioned a story that Billie Jean King once told me with regards to being a good actor or actress in terms of telling yourself you're behind in the scoreline all the time, either 15-40 down or 1-4 down, which she said she repeatedly did, which meant that she also lost the score quite often. Better from Schwartzman, but is that something that you ever used to do, Mark, in terms of trick your mind to deal with pressure situations when you got in front, maybe that you were the favourite?
I'd have to say no. Didn't really, head down that path of trying to confuse myself that I'm behind. I was actually quite happy when I got to the lead and tried to push home that advantage.
Schwartzman.
That's the reason, really. I just brought that point up because once again, player gets his nose in front, and once again, then plays a sloppy game. And Schwartzman, given a gift, given the break back. Really, these two have just been stuck together the start of this match. Every time a player has got a break or looks like they're maybe going to kick on, the other players come back, or the player in the lead has played poorly for a couple of points.
Zero.
Vamos.
Beautifully done. So this time it's Schwartzman who gets a bit of the momentum. Holds to love to move in front 2-1.
Can see the topspin speeds of Dominic Thiem, the difference off the forehand in set 2, Pete. He just started to maybe lift it a fraction. At the same time, the backhand lost its speed as well.
Reprise.
Yeah, we talked about him in increasing the intensity, Thiem, in that second set. As we saw at the sit down, 5Ks more on the forehand, although 4K less on the backhand, but he hits more forehands than backhands, that's for sure, Thiem.
Left. Premier service. Zero 15.
Even I see it from here.
Almost took a quick stab at the forehand volley.
15. Quinze 30.
Oh, it's another epic rally. And the team eventually just said, I've had enough of this. Relentless, though, from Schwartzman.
15 40.
Team not being able to move closer to the baseline. And obviously, there was some great depth from Schwartzman on that final shot, but one big step for Thiem, not necessarily helping him load up.
Yeah, that's well played. Big gust of wind in the rally too, but Schwartzman kept his concentration and wins a third straight game for a 3-1 lead. And Mark, at the beginning of this match, I said what was going to decide this to you as a question. Have you come up with an answer yet as we look at the match rally summary?
Have I come up with a reason as to who is going to win the match?
Or just what will decide it? What will be the difference?
I think right now it's just some patience by Schwartzman. He may have to grind all the way in this match.
That's the problem as well, isn't it? You've still got Dominic Thiem, who can produce shots like this.
Yes, he can, but I'm not sure that he's been able to thread consecutive big shots, finishing the point. Schwartzman's done an excellent job in this set, having to deal with losing the first game. He's bounced back, winning 3 consecutive, and this game is now taking on a level of importance, trying to break away, get some distance between he and Thiem and apply that scoreboard pressure.
Quinze-30.
Times players been able to win a couple of games in a row. Never have they been able to win 4 games in a row in this match so far. Oh, you talked about patience, Mark, and there was plenty of patience there from Schwartzman, but what about that for a devilish finish?
30-40.
And not only is it going to be taking the wind out of the sting out of Thiem's legs, it's got to start building up it on Schwartzman's side as well. This is the benefit of him arriving into this match with a fresher set of legs and not being pushed in too lengthy a match in the previous 4 rounds he's played.
No, he's missed it. And Schwartzman isn't going to win 4 games in a row because Thiem breaks back and this crazy match continues to meander one way, then the other. Schwartzman in front 3-2. Just a reminder, there is still plenty more tennis to come, not just in this match, but in other matches as well on the schedule. Iga Swiatek will take to the court against Martina Trevisan. The winner of that match will play Nadia Podoroska for a place in the final. Hands up who had those 3. Any of those 3 in the final of the women's event. And then it'll be Yannick Sinner, the 19-year-old, taking to the court against Rafael Nadal. So plenty of Italian interest to come. It's been a great day for Argentinian tennis already with Podoroska's win. Can Diego Schwartzman add to it?
Reprise.
Another chilly day in Paris. Of course, the umpires have got to make sure they're wrapped up nice and warm as well. There was a little bit of rain before this match started, which delayed it by about 15-20 minutes. Covers were put on. They had a very brief stoppage at the back end of the first set, but relatively blue skies all up above, which is good to see. The team just keeps coming back for more, doesn't he? Just when you keep thinking he's going to fade away now, back he comes again, and that was a brilliant breaker serve in the previous game.
Yeah, it's a fading away team. No,
No.
it just doesn't correlate there. That
He's done superbly well there as well. I mean, how much is it when you're in this situation, Mark? Your body's so tired. How much is it a battle from the mind against the body? What are you telling yourself when you are aching and feeling it?
well, for Thiem at least, he's just giving himself opportunities. He was just accepting that he is lacking power in those legs. But he's not having to come up against someone who's taking time, a lot of time away from him. And in fact, he's just keeping those points alive. And you can see that Thiem is okay engaging in these lengthy rallies cross court. It's going to be a combination of Schwartzman perhaps not losing patience, not getting too negative, but also relying upon some mistakes from Thiem and those moments where he has been brave enough to come forward. In that last service game, he didn't really, get into control of a rally to maybe move forward. If he reverts to playing a little too safe and conservative, I think it just Thiem is okay to surviving maybe 4 sets, possibly 5. And through some of the not so glowing moments that Thiem has shown us so far, he hasn't really reacted negatively. He's dealing with the fact that he is fatigued. Whereas Schwartzman, there are moments where he just becomes a little agitated. That's been very strange, this match, just in terms of the momentum shifts. Usually, you see the momentum shift, a player will win 3 games in a row. It's generally really not happened very often. It's tended to be 2 games in a row. Of course, you usually win 3 games in a row because you might hold serve, then break, then hold serve again. Go on a bigger run than the 3 games. And we, just from this moment on, we've already seen shades of it in the early stages of set 3, but from here on in, I would expect it to be just fighting, grinding these points out. It may give us an idea of who can go up 2 sets to 1.
what makes it so interesting is that you've got Thiem probably battling his body and mental fatigue, but you've got Schwartzman probably battling his mind with regards to this and what it would mean in terms of a bigger win. First ever semi-final at a Grand Slam, taking down the world number 3.
He's got the occasion to deal with. Whoever goes up 2-1 certainly has a distinct advantage, the way that this first few sets have unfolded.
This time it's Schwartzman's turn to stop the rot. He moves back in front in this third set, 4-3. Just interesting there, watching what Schwartzman was saying towards his coach, talking about the slice. And of course, we've seen that slice backhand used a lot by Thiem, and maybe that is just frustrating Schwartzman.
Reprise.
Seen the slice backhand used a lot today from Dominic Thiem. Maybe a way of just slowing the play down. You can see at the sit down, Schwartzman was just mimicking the slice backhand. I want to say he's not sure what to do with it or off it.
Should he play more of it himself?
But it's a shot that, again, Thiem has added to his armory. We saw that a lot at the US Open. That was the percentages in terms of how much he played the slice backhand to the topspin one. It was pretty high. Comparative to other US Opens he's played in. Exactly what Thiem's trying to do there, just bring Schwartzman up the court before then hurting him. Schwartzman, though, so quick around the court. He was actually in place for that forehand.
Still seems to be that belief in the eyes of Dominic Thiem. Quite often you can tell whether a player is engaged and focused. Maybe they have some doubt, but Thiem still looks alert, but he's going to have to give it a bit of a boost on this service game. That mistake providing a couple of break points now.
He's missed it. Thiem knows it's wide as well. These two very trusting of each other. And it's Schwartzman who breaks and will now serve for a 2-1 lead.
Schwartzman, 5-6-3.
But remember what I've been saying, it's been very rare for a player to win 3 games in a row. So if you're expecting this game to be simple, where have you been?
And this is where really for Schwartzman it would be fantastic if he had a big serve to get a cheap point that would help contribute to him winning the game. Well, a long rally. And cross-court it goes in this battle. A lot of cross-court Schwartzman, 69%. Thiem engaging in a cross-court battle as well. Fairly content, Pete.
As we were saying earlier, he's far happier going side to side than forward to back, and content with that. And on cue, as I said, with regards to players holding serve comfortably, hasn't happened, particularly when they've tried to close out a set, and Schwartzman finding himself again at love 30.
Spoke so highly of him being brave enough. Schwartzman. Perhaps we're not seeing him play bravely right now. It was a ball that landed around mid-court off the forehand. He opted to go back, and then the next shot he made the mistake with the backhand up the line.
He's got that wrong as well. You just wonder how much that is about nerves. Thiem breaks back to keep himself alive in set 3.
5-4.
Break points 1. Schwartzman's done a brilliant job, hasn't he, in this tournament? And he's done a great job today. Thiem would like that to be higher, certainly with the percentage today. It's not actually a bad break point conversion rate for the tournament.
Reprise.
So the beauty of this match is that you don't really know what's going to happen from game to game, from set to set. Serving to stay in the set with new balls here, Thiem. 4-5. That's it. I was going to say a string on, but I don't think it is. I think that's just a forgetting that it was new balls, even though Thiem did show them to him. So now deciding he wants a different string tension. String tension's a good one.
Yeah, that's a heavily struck forehand. It's not necessarily with pace, but it's just that the combination of pace and spin. It's forcing Thiem out of the court.
Didn't get the drop shot right, Thiem. Far too much height on it.
It was a bit of a stab by Schwartzman in response. Ends up winning the point, but this is a time to be brave.
Thiem, who's the braver of the two.
He's so close, isn't he, Schwartzman, to breaking serve and picking up set number 3.
He was close in set 2, but couldn't get it done. Nicely done. Pressure situation, but he was able to hold his nerve with that stop volley.
Again, it's that backhand up the line. It's not a shot that he plays with frequency, but that's a part of also packaging it as being brave. Executing that shot and then getting to the net, playing a volley.
Set point. Was that a tight forehand?
And just having a look down the court, pointing to the direction perhaps he should have gone, which was cross court.
Slice doing the damage again. I think this is one of the reasons why we're seeing Thiem use it. In terms of I think Schwartzman wants faster rallies so he can get Thiem on the move more often. But the slice is just stopping him from doing that. It's allowing Thiem to just hang in these rallies, frustrate his opponent.
Égalité.
Another long juice game. We tick towards the 3-hour mark. So much on the line for both players.
Premier service.
First serve really helping Dominic Thiem out there. Still amazingly, those 4 aces in the first game of the match. He's only had 2 since then. We do indeed tick past the 3-hour mark. Superhuman effort, isn't it, from Dominic Thiem? He just refuses to go away. He still has the chance to go 2-1 up here.
Just saving the last couple of points for the powerful rally ball. A bit more zip on the ball coming from Thiem, securing his serve. Trying to get that blood flowing through those legs, getting him into position to possibly break serve here. That's a lot of territory that he's giving up to return this second serve.
No me digan más, vamos. Por favor, les pido, loco. Estoy desquiciado.
It's all about trying to get on top of the emotions right now for Schwartzman, isn't it? Again, had a set point for a 2-1 lead. He had chances in the previous set for a 2-love lead. He knows he's close. He knows he's up against an opponent who's not the freshest. He's got to try and avoid getting frustrated and making poor errors. Snatching at the ball. Easier said than done. Easy to say it in the commentary box as well.
Exactly. And we all players, you revert to a comfort area when you're under stress. And for Schwartzman, that's to play conservative, to play with some height, keep the ball going. And right now, there's a lot of traffic being directed down the middle of the court.
it's a big rally. And this time Schwartzman just about survives.
30.
Just missing. That was a rifle of a backhand cross court. The depth from Thiem's backhand there, pushing off Schwartzman from the baseline.
Not only it's the topspin backhand that causes him issues, but it's the slice 1-2, and as you can see, he's using it a lot more today. 58% today compared to 44% in his previous 4 rounds, Thiem. And it's frustrating Schwartzman. And it's a 3rd game in a row for Dominic Thiem. And he's a game away now from a 2-1 lead.
We showed that graphic of backhand slices as opposed to topspin backhands from Dominic Thiem. In this match, I think that the backhand slices, when he's executing it, it's not really allowing Schwartzman to actually have a crack at the backhand. When he's hitting the topspin, Thiem, his backhand topspin, that gives more opportunity for Schwartzman to actually redirect his own backhand up the line. So maybe a thoughtful tactic by Dominic Thiem today to employ more of those backhand slices.
And you also just wonder with the loading, in terms of we talk about the lactic acid in the legs, maybe that's another reason as well.
Yeah, fatigue factor.
But it's safe to say he's going to continue using that slice backhand because it has annoyed Schwartzman throughout. And we keep talking about Thiem not being perhaps full tank here. Schwartzman knows that, but he just can't find a way to penetrate off that slice backhand, really to get him on the stretch, on the move. Just wonder whether drop shot is more of an option for the Argentine a little more often. Haven't seen one of those for a while. Feels the backcourt exchange, or at least for the last 3 games, has been going Thiem's way. I'm surprised he went so much on that there, off the back foot.
It's a burst of energy, wasn't it? So does he revert back to just engaging in a more passive rally on this point? Down 15-30.
No, he doesn't. Is the answer to that question. He may well regret that decision. Still no player has won 4 games in a row in this match. And that stat doesn't look like changing, because Schwartzman with 2 break points to take us into another tie break. To a tie break we go. Just when you think a player has momentum, back comes the other one. That's been the most consistent theme throughout this quarter-final. And it's 6-all.
Well, we haven't seen it for a lengthy period of time in this third set. Making it all the more important that he actually pulled that one off. Gives him a 1-0 lead, Schwartzman.
And as I said before, it's a shot I've seen him play very well before. Remember his match against Novak Djokovic in Rome last year. A number of them. Yeah. Last year in Rome, of course, pushed Djokovic really hard. It was almost a 3-hour marathon. And he did Nadal a favour because he tired Djokovic out for the final. Is he doing something similar here? Or can he get over the line?
Oh, right in the corner.
Thiem.
And the heaviness again of Thiem off the forehand wing. Not just the rotation, but it's the depth.
Oh, it's another ripper. Finds the corner again.
And all of a sudden, Pete, we're seeing some forehands being struck by Thiem, and not just being struck, but also finding the corners, countering the defense of Schwartzman.
He's missed it. Tried to be aggressive.
5-1. Thiem.
Thiem with a healthy lead as they change ends. Not too far away from night settling in Paris. And yet still 2 more matches to come on this court. It feels like there's a lot more to come in this match, though. It's been so even, as you could see there from the points won differential.
Well, not to distract the attention away from this particular match, but does Rafa, is he backstage? Is he wondering, should he be going off to play his match on Longlen? Is that something that he's maybe pushing?
I think he's happy these two continuing, though.
Yeah. Well, this one, for me, Pete, it really tells a story. It wasn't the best approach shot, but he gets a volley, and it's not the best of volleys either, but the stumbling, the inability right now of Thiem to chase some of those passing shots down.
Again, it just fizzed off the racket. Well, again, these two so trusting of one another. Two guys who are very well liked on the tour, has to be said. That one didn't catch any of the line.
Well, a massive point right here. Not only is the tiebreaker being super important, but this is the biggest point.
It goes the way of Schwartzman. A cheap point on serve for the Argentine.
That's like an ace, isn't it?
I mean, it's the type of match, isn't it? The fine margins. Thiem's forehand 2 points ago misses by an inch. That one catches the line. Having been 5-1 up, now there's a very different type of a tiebreak. Oh, it's one of the best points we've seen all match, and what a time to do it from Dominic Thiem, showing everyone just why he is a newly crowned Grand Slam champion.
Well, it's such an amazingly played point
6-4.
by Thiem, really just saving the energy for this. And again, going from the grip change to actually then coming under that backhand. Couldn't have done it any better.
2 set points. It's been a set that really could have gone either way. And that is still the situation. Remember, Schwartzman had a set point at 5-4. Thiem has now had a set point himself as well. He's won a second one for the Austrian. this time from Schwartzman.
And that braveness returns in the last 2 points of this tiebreaker to push it back to 6 points each. Schwartzman increasing his workload by getting around the backhand, dancing around and utilizing his forehand.
Well, it's going to take some effort, isn't it? Whoever loses this set, it's going to be such a body blow. As you can see by those points won. The team will hope it's even by the end of the set. Both have put so much into this third set, still in the balance. Who's going to have the next set point? It's going to be Dominic Thiem again.
Just powered through that point, huh? From the return, awfully close to the baseline.
A superhuman effort from Dominic Thiem. I'm not quite sure how he's done it, but he has found a way to be 2-1 up. Astonishing. Looking to reach the last 4 for the 5th year running, Dominic Thiem. And he was very much odds against at a set and 5-4 down. Schwartzman with a couple of easy balls missed in that game. From there on in, Thiem now has a 2-1 lead, even though Schwartzman was 5-3 up in the third set as well. So if Schwartzman doesn't go on to reach his first Grand Slam semi-final, I think he's going to have a sleepless night.
So for now, in the early running of this 4th set, Pete, eager to see more on Schwartzman's end of the court, how he actually deals with the blow of going down 2-1. He hasn't played badly through this match. He's, in fact, has been very impressive, willing to be bold and risk coming forward. But he hasn't been able to create that break and clear out from Thiem.
And that's why I said if he doesn't make the semi-final here, I mean, there are big moments that he can look back to where he will probably have a little bit of regret. Especially that game at 4-5 where he had just won a 15-minute game at 4-all in the second set. Thiem suddenly looks like a new man. Brilliantly turning defense into attack here. And this, once again, was just a humongous forehand. Made sure this one wasn't coming back.
So is that a power game of Thiem? It's up his end of the court. We know that there's the striking capability with the serve. forehand and backhand. Is that what is, apart from the never say die attitude, will that get him over the finishing line in some of the crucial points? Certainly showed reared up in that tiebreaker.
He's got the bit between his teeth right now. He's re-energized. Had to do it in the previous round in the 5th set, and it worked. And Thiem suddenly playing with real freedom and power.
And Thiem serve just faltering in set number 3. Well, we shouldn't be surprised given that fatigue build-up, but it makes it all the more surprising that he's come out with a 2-1 lead. Both players are probably matching each other, but the second serves of Schwartzman, only 27%, but really not paying too much of a penalty with it. It's not like it allowed Thiem to get around and strike winners or winning shots.
But it's been incredible, isn't it, watching Thiem's energy levels, because we thought from the start he didn't run for a drop shot right at the very beginning. Is it the case, do you sometimes just start feeling better in matches? Do you sometimes just find energy from somewhere?
Well, one of the longest matches that I played here was against Javier Sanchez, and I think we were close to 4 hours, but I certainly, by the time I got to 3 hours 15, I was wondering whether I would have enough to finish the match. But once I got to 2-1 up, it just, you know, I certainly perked up and ended up winning in 4, but being able to just create some distance between myself. Once I initiated a break of serve in the 4th and found enough energy, really motored home late in the 4th.
You kind of got the feeling was the situation with Thiem in the previous game, although that was a tired-looking slice backhand. And incidentally, Schwartzman has just called for the trainer at the next sit-down. I think it's to do with hands, maybe taping his hands up a little. See, they are full of tape.
And this is the ability for Schwartzman that he shouldn't shy away from, in my opinion. It's almost like those short points are equal to him winning, serving down an ace.
Left process.
Oh, it's a beauty, isn't it? Wrapping the racket around the side of the ball.
30.
So is this the time now for Pete that we see a burst of energy? Some power from Thiem.
Well, his tail has to be up. And these are big moments. Yeah, that's a clever slice, isn't it? Got enough knife behind it just to make it a little awkward for Schwartzman to control.
Yeah, and thankfully he didn't actually have to take too many steps over to the backhand slice. He was able to get something on it, and that's unfortunate for Schwartzman. You could see the ball just hanging on the top of the net.
brilliant tennis again from Thiem.
Thiem.
I'm not sure where he's found the energy and how he is able to just keep going. But he breaks early in the fourth set, and now it's the Austrian who can see the finish line in this quarter-final. And that was not something I thought I'd be saying all of about 2 hours ago.
Oh. Now that he's broken serve, I mean, all of these games now are starting to take up a level of importance. But for teams, oh yes, for teams' progress, if he could consolidate and go up 3-love, that might be just enough to break the heart and the spirit of Schwartzman.
We talked about Thiem being a fighter, being a spirited player, and you can say the same thing about Schwartzman.
Oh, and that point, the way that it's played out just there, we haven't had much success for the team. He's thrown in this serve from that end of the court, but how many times has he tried to pull the trigger and just dumped it into the net? Successful. Back to 15-all.
And he's suddenly found a new lease of life with regards to the power since winning that third set. This is more like the team we have seen go on to win the US Open, go on to crush a couple of opponents early on here at Roland-Garros. He's sprung to life, and Schwartzman now in real trouble. Oh, wow, what reactions. He even took a little nick off the net, and you can understand the applause from Thiem.
30.
Wow, that was a little fortunate for Schwartzman, but look, the racket was out in front, even though it accelerated onto him pretty quickly, but he was very fortunate that the racket was out and ready.
But again,
40.
you'd be silly if you've been watching this match for the last 3 hours and 35 minutes and expecting one of these players to pull away from the other. Chance again for a player to break back. Oh, he's missed it. Astonishing defense from Schwartzman. And despite all the power and the punch from Thiem, he is broken. Still leads, but that might have taken something out of the Austrian.
Schwartzman. Thiem 2-1.
So Thiem just looking like he wants to reapply some tape to the fingers here. Similar to Guillaume Monfils, not quite as much tape as Guillaume Monfils. Of course, different players have a different formula with regards to holding the racket.
Mesdames et messieurs, Schwartzman s'en est installé sur le camp. Schwartzman recevra une medical timeout.
Medical timeout being used then by Diego Schwartzman. Must mean his body's feeling pretty good because wanting to use it on the taping of the fingers here. So not a bad idea because it will also just slow Thiem down, because even though he got broken there, you just feel that it's Thiem with the momentum here, having won a very tight third set, and then to find his stride really early on in the fourth set, but big forehand miss. Juice in that game. And that gave Schwartzman the chance to break, and he did just that. We talked about Thiem just hitting a bigger ball coming into set 4. Maybe the adrenaline knowing that he can see the finish line. Look at the difference with regards to the topspin speeds for the backhand. Set 2, 115 there. Set 3, getting quicker, 123. And set 4. Well, set 4, he's also upped it again, but it's amazing considering the amount of tennis that he's played in this tournament, of course winning the US Open as well, yet he's still able to find something from somewhere to up it again. That's what he did at the back end of set 3 in particular. Just being made to wait here. Were you someone, Mark, who could ever play tennis with tape on your fingers? Because it's each to their own, isn't it? As in, some people would find that the racket slips more, but some people prefer it because it stops the blisters. What were you?
Yeah, I wasn't one that was keen about having my fingers taped through a blister. It was rare for my fingers to split, but occasional blister would appear, and if anything in the calluses in the palm of my hand, it just... anytime there was an application with bandages, I ended up probably within a game or two just pulling it off.
Well, who's going to pull off the win in this one? It's been open throughout this match. Only 5 minutes since the last point, but Schwartzman all taped up with regards to his hand. Trailing 1-2 in the fourth.
Well, I guess there's still plenty of tennis to be played, Peter. I just thought that was a key opportunity for Thiem to have held serve, go up 3 games to love. Just the impact.
He's not able to steal that one. Schwartzman up to the task.
Isn't it odd that now we see the braveness of the Argentine returning to the court, finding his way to net?
Well, that was what I was just about to say. I mean, the previous game as well, like, Thiem didn't play a bad game either. Schwartzman just upped it. But he seems to do that whenever he's trailing. Can't do it whenever he gets his nose in front.
Promises. 41. Schwartzman.
There's a real rarity. Love service hold.
2 jeux pour 2.
Now it's Schwartzman who has a bit of momentum. I say a bit because that's been the case throughout the entirety of this match. No one's actually had full momentum for longer than 10 minutes, it feels.
Still only 3 games?
3 games is the max that anyone's won in a row. And that's only happened a couple of times.
Let premises.
There's been 15 breaks of serve, so you would have thought there would be 3 games won in a row more than twice with 15 breaks of serve. It's well played from Thiem. Excellent foot speed from Schwartzman, but it's all for nothing.
15-0.
Still plenty of life in those legs of Schwartzman. Unfortunately, just out of reach on that high backhand volley.
Oh, it's just wondrous on the slide too.
And perhaps another indication as to why we're not seeing Thiem drive through that backhand coming over the top of the ball often enough today. Schwartzman absorbs the pace. That first serve by Thiem thundered down and posed no problem at all for Schwartzman making the return. Back to that bold point, standing a little closer to the baseline. In fact, after returning serve, he was inside the baseline, generating some pace.
Some issue with overheads. Thiem couldn't get that one away, and he is made to pay. He just held the forehand for a moment there, didn't he? Maybe just looking to see which way Schwartzman would go. Got it all wrong in the end.
Yeah, but Wynn taking care of the after the bounce.
Let Deuxième service. Avantage, Schwartzman.
Hands up, who knows what's going to happen next in this match. It's a third game in a row for Schwartzman. Again, this topsy-turvy match just continues to go one way, then the other. Schwartzman in front, 3-2.
My question was, I have the minute of... Yeah, that's... Yeah. But that was, I was asking it. Yeah. For the next time, I'm going to pick the mask and I go quickly and I go back straight to play. 1 minute and 25 it's fine. The watch is no
Reprise.
Well, Louise Engel calling time. She was just engaging in a conversation, which we believe is Schwartzman. Maybe he might take a quick bathroom break on the next change of ends or two. I believe she was just reminding him to make sure that if he does leave, that he's got to take his mask with him. He said he would be very quick. A couple of freshly strung rackets as well brought back to the court for Schwartzman. Once again, the coverage of the court around the baseline by Schwartzman, using the expansiveness of this famed center court. And a cheap mistake off the returner serve from Thiem. A couple of points away from Schwartzman achieving something that no one has completed in the match so far. 4 games on the trot.
despite being 16 breaks to serve. He's continued his run though, hasn't he? Schwartzman, he's broken an opponent at least 7 times, every single round. But he's got the chance here to finally win 4 games in a row. After a bit of sportsmanship from Thiem. Thiem says not just yet, as he paints the line with that forehand.
40-30. Schwartzman.
It is 4 games in a row for Diego Schwartzman.
Schwartzman,
Finally able to play a good game when he gets his nose in front. And that hasn't really been the case throughout this match for the Argentine. Had chances to win set 2 and 3. At a set point in set 3. Can he get over the line in set 4 to take us into a 1-set shootout? Thiem serving 2-4. Well, he may have played hours and hours on court, but he's still got the foot speed to get to that drop shot and find a way past Schwartzman.
37.
And make sure that after he plays that off-pace backhand slice, inevitably the opponent is going to play a drop shot in response to you playing the off-pace backhand. So getting a head start was Thiem to chase that one down.
Oh, it's wonderful play again from Thiem, just drawing Schwartzman in before finding a way past.
Yeah, great effort by Thiem, as well as Schwartzman. After he makes that first volley, he's got to try and recover to the middle of the court as best as he can.
Fault.
Service off for Thiem. Ensures, although we've had one 4-game run, it stays at just the 4 for Schwartzman. 4-3.
So Pete, now the big question is, can Schwartzman, 2 more games of holding serve, can he execute that without any bumps in the road?
Do you know what, Mark? I'm going to answer that question. I'm going to say no. Because of what we've witnessed for the last 4 hours. Nothing has really been straightforward at all for either of these players. And they've got their noses in front in a set. It's about the only thing I'm confident about, to be honest, because other than that, it's been very unpredictable. Got to credit both of these guys' spirit and fight.
Reprise.
So Schwartzman has the lead in this fourth set, 4-3.
Doesn't want to have to play something too cute. Look how far back that he played that behind his body. Could have just bunted it into the middle of the court and feel like he would have won the point.
Vamos, va a salir, va.
Oh, that's sumptuous tennis from Schwartzman.
35.
Yeah, it's beautiful touch. Pace of shot is diffused with the backhand slice. And Schwartzman, a nice, comfortable position inside the baseline as well. And it's those points, Pete, that I think could swing this in his favor. We've spoken about how bold it is for Schwartzman to play that way, but I think he needs to be able to take those opportunities. Be willing to risk, come forward, even play those drop shots.
Schwartzman.
Clenched fist says it all. Schwartzman a game away from taking us to a fifth set.
5-3.
Incidentally, has a good record at Roland-Garros in fifth sets. Recently, anyway. Fucsovics in 5 in 2019. Beat Anderson in 5 in 2018 here. Lost to Novak Djokovic in 2017, but did beat Andrei Rublev 9-7 in the fifth the same year. Did lose to Gael Monfils 2015, though, in a five-setter. So he very much knows what it's like to go the distance in Paris, Schwartzman.
0-15.
As does Dominic Thiem, of course, because just the other day he did just that against Hugo Gaston. Wow. It's not always easy under the light, swirling wind. Really, you expect this player to make a smash like that in his sleep.
Well, and certainly not easy when you're playing an opponent who is quickly retrieving a lot of shots that perhaps against other opponents, he might be winning the point. So forced to play one extra shot when he's already fatiguing.
Good footwork though, good intensity from Thiem to get up to that ball.
15-30.
One of the first times in this match that just a pure first serve by Thiem winning the point. Schwartzman hasn't been put off at all by the power.
30.
Well, just a reminder, Schwartzman was up 5-4 and 2 points away from winning the set in the second set. He was up 5-3 in the third set. Both times didn't get it done. He hasn't got it done in this game despite being up love 30. Gutsy hold from Thiem. Is he going to make a comeback late on in a set once again? Schwartzman, though, will serve for this set in a few moments' time. Very quick bathroom break for Diego Schwartzman. And a reminder, he's been in a similar situation in each of the last two sets. He didn't serve for the second set, but he was up love 30 on the team serve, having won a 15-minute game at 4-all. That really was probably where the match turned, because I think we both thought he was going to be up 2 sets to love. Instead, he finds himself 2 sets to 1 down. But if he can win this game, he'll take us to a deciding set. 5-4. Well, what a way to start. A ripper of a forehand from Schwartzman.
15-0.
Hasn't really been able to play with conviction when he's looked to try and close out a set. Did play with conviction here.
There's the distance run for Thiem at the start of this game. Throughout the tournament. 20,000 meters.
It's quite incredible. That wasn't rounded up or rounded down. Right on cue. Credit to the guys in Hawkeye for that. Nope. So here's the chance then for Schwartzman. He had a set point in set number 3. He's now got 3 set points in set number 4. Still alive for now in this set.
15.
Still 1 set point remains. Oh, he's made it. I can understand that look from Diego Schwartzman. What a shot that is from Dominic Thiem to save a 3rd set point.
Well timed footwork just superbly, but Pete, we have not seen him execute that shot since maybe early in the 1st set when he had a bit more zip in those legs.
Schwartzman must be thinking, what have I got to do to win a set? Oh, astonishing. Where has Thiem found the energy and the level again? Sheer willpower.
And it's that slice of Thiem. Is keeping the ball so low, and it's Schwartzman who's just having to guide some of the balls back, keep it going over the higher part of the net, cross court.
Would you believe it? 3 set points come and go, and Thiem breaks back, and it's deja vu again for Diego. 5-all. He could have won set 2, he could have won set 3, and he certainly could have won set 4, but what a forehand on that final set point from Dominic Thiem. And you just wonder, is it meant to be his night? I know we have shots of the day at the end of the day. Surely that one has to be in it.
And Schwartzman bouncing back once again. Not being disappointed from losing his serve. 40 love up he was.
Really got to pay credit to both of these guys. The amount of times, as much as we talked about, okay, when they've got in the lead, maybe haven't played their best tennis, sometimes got a little bit nervous, but the way they've continuously just bounced back from frustration or disappointment has been exceptional. It's great tennis.
Well, the firepower from the number 3 seed there on display, but fantastic that Schwartzman is still able to get the racket back and get enough depth on the ball and ask the question of Thiem, who answered on that last point. Oh, barely missing. And once again, a serve, Pete, that maybe against a high majority of players would have won the point. Just the conditions enabling Schwartzman to get the ball back.
Oh, ridiculous.
Oh, wow. The patience to play that point by Thiem.
And you just kind of have to wonder, Mark, where Diego Schwartzman's belief levels are right now. In terms of how hard he's been fighting, and yet how often he's not got over the line in a set. Is it going to happen again? A set that he looked likely to win. And now the pendulum has swung the Austrian's way. It's a gutsy service hold again from Dominic Thiem. 4 hours and 17 minutes. And Thiem a game away from a place in the semi-finals.
Reprise.
Well, there's been so many twists and turns in this encounter. It has been quite extraordinary. And you almost have to say the level has gone up in this fourth set, despite both players being out there playing lung-busting tennis for 4 hours and 18 minutes. That's so good. Right on cue with regards to the level going up.
Yes, and not the time for Schwartzman to go into playing conservatively. One of the shots there that he sent back to Thiem down the middle corridor. And is this the time that the burst of energy and the power from Thiem to be able to overwhelm Schwartzman in this game? On that backhand topspin of Thiem, trying to get it up high. There was no effect off of the court. Just sat nicely into Schwartzman's backhand.
It's expertly done. Coolness personified.
3-15.
Yeah, able to work his way into the rally. Solid court position. Once again, the speed. Being able to slide nicely into that backhand volley, bunting it into the open court.
Wow. I just wonder whether that's the fastest of the lot today. That was a bazooka of a backhand from Dominic.
Sensational. We haven't seen too many coming from Schwartzman's end of the court. Up the line, he's more at home going cross court. Oh. And a freebie for the Argentine.
He's found the line, and he's 2 points away again.
Pete doing an amazing job, his team, after this backhand slice. Again, not allowing that slice to play him. Uses his footwork. Get around for that big forehand that finds the line.
I can't quite believe what I'm seeing right now. 4 hours and 23 minutes on the clock. And these two playing a point like it's the first one of the match. Just amazing court coverage from both players. And rightly so. The fans on Chatrier reacting.
Avantage, Schwartzman.
21 shots of the highest quality. Schwartzman with another chance to take us into another breaker. What an amazing service hold that is from Diego Schwartzman. Thiem threw everything at him. And the Argentine survives. And it will be a third tie-break of this extraordinary quarter-final.
Well, some breathtaking tennis in that game there, Pete. And you spoke earlier about players being actors, being able to play with a poker face. And it was the first time that we saw the effects of the match taking its toll on Schwartzman, just taking a little extra, bending over, perhaps showing Thiem that the effects of the match starting to build up at the Argentine's end of the court as well.
The character of both players is something to admire, isn't it? As in, they just are refusing to fall away, as you say. It's not in Dominic Thiem's DNA. Neither is it in Diego Schwartzman's. Two superb competitors. Both refusing to budge. Oh, what a volley that is. It's not easy when you talk about going side to side, but sometimes getting forward when you're tired is even tougher. Threw himself towards the net on that occasion.
Le pego fuerte a esa, si le erré cada vez que le quiero tocar, boludo. Fuerte, después vemos qué pasa, en vez de tirarla a la mitad de la red.
And as we've said throughout this match, it's not the power off the serve that is annoying to Schwartzman. It's the fact that if he doesn't get a healthy return, and Thiem able to back it up once again in this tiebreaker, that power that he possesses shining through, picking up a point there to go up 3-1.
Just have a thought here as well for the players waiting to go on court. Iga Świątek and Martina Trevisan playing the biggest match of their lives. And they will keep having to wait. That nervous energy will keep going. This one nearly 4.5 hours long. There could be another set. And then even after that, you've got Rafael Nadal up against another man playing his biggest match of his life, Jannik Sinner. They could step out on court at midnight.
Beautifully played. Just a healthy court position from Schwartzman. Again, the recognition that his backhand up the line was going to bring back a shorter ball. And making sure that he played with enough margin on the approach shot cross court.
It's another one-sided set, isn't it?
Totally in the favor of neither.
Just amazing. We keep talking about it, the amount of breaks we've seen. 17 in total. And yet both players just keep coming back at each other. And here we are, 3 points all, 6 all in the fourth. Schwartzman hoping we go to a fifth. Again, it's more astonishing tennis, isn't it? Team working so hard to create an opening. Schwartzman clearly infuriated with himself that he's missed the backhand there.
So serving at 4-3, Thiem going to the ad side. Is this where he throws that three-quarter kick out? Schwartzman giving himself some space. Oh, that's long.
Yeah, we could predict the serve. We were both thinking it was coming. It just wasn't as short in the box as he would have liked. There's been the forehand on relatively big points that have let him down every now and then, Thiem. The forehand again. 20th unforced error in this set from the world number 3. Backs himself, and there's a reason he backs himself. There's a reason he's a Grand Slam champion, the world number 3, a player looking to get to the 5th semi-final in a row here in Paris. He made 2 big unforced errors. He didn't blink in that point.
Yep, and just really backing himself with his power, keeping his head down and going for broke.
So will we have a set point next or a match point? It will be a set point. Once again, just so cool when he came forward there, Schwartzman.
Well, it's going to take something extraordinary from Schwartzman if he's able to bravely play points like that. See if he can back it up once again.
We go the distance again on Chatrier.
Et quatrième manche, Schwartzman.
That's a special effort from Schwartzman when you consider he had the 3 set points come and go, resets, and takes the 4th set, 7-6. Well, I would say what's going to happen next, but to be honest, I think I can predict. As in, just one player's going to go ahead, the other one's going to come back, and then that's going to repeat. And you're going to think one player's going to kick on and win the set before the other one comes back, and we end up in a tiebreaker. And we have lots of dramatic, amazing long rallies.
Well, we spoke about it being such a topsy-turvy, up and down roller coaster ride, but it's almost like a baby roller coaster because no one's able to actually get enough momentum to clear out from the opponent. And I've seen these little twists and turns around the corner.
And the one thing I said there that this set won't do, it won't go to a tiebreaker because, of course, we go on Roland-Garros. I'm going to ask you a horrible question here, Mark. Who do you make favourite for this 5th set right now?
Yeah, that's it's certainly...
So it's exactly what you wanted, isn't it, after 4 hours and 37 minutes? Some nice, easy questions. Because looking at, first set and a half, we're thinking teams out of puff, struggling, but the performance and the effort he's put in suggests there's still something there.
Well, the fact that there's no finishing line, there's no tiebreaker to really end this 5th set. I wonder whether the team is going to have enough to get over the finishing line. We know at the end of the match at the US Open final that he was cramping. There was plenty of tension given the fact that he was playing for his first Grand Slam title.
Schwartzman.
The team incidentally is 10-7 in 5th sets. Diego Schwartzman 5-5. But it is Schwartzman who's taken the first game of the decider.
Could you send one more racket, please?
It's really difficult to select anything in the stats from that 4th set, given the tension that exists up both ends of the court. Schwartzman, though, doing a better job in the 4th set of winning points off of his second serve. Oddly enough, is that he won more from the second serve than he did off of his first serve.
Not very much has settled in, though, to Paris. Still 2 more matches to come following this one. It's going to be, without doubt, the latest ever finish at Roland-Garros. Those 2 matches are Martina Trevisan playing the biggest match of her life against Iga Świątek playing the biggest match of her life. Oh, that is just delicious from Schwartzman. A bit between his teeth right now.
0-15.
And look, whilst there's some disappointment
15.
from Schwartzman at losing this point, I don't think he should really disappear from points like this. That first point, keeping it nice and short, tidied drop shot.
35.
Still, I feel like that's not a bad miss. Just to be able to show Thiem that he's willing to actually change that direction. Didn't miss by much.
Thiem just wanting confirmation. The second serve. Of course, if Rafa Nadal comes through against Sinner tonight, he'll be delighted with what's happened in this encounter. It's going to take some recovery, you would have thought.
Oh. On top of the ball, taking it early, nudging up the line for the winner.
But the good news, though, is that they will have 2 days off to recover from this match, whoever does come through. Taking on the half volley there from Thiem. And just wanted a little bit more drama thrown into the pot. A few raindrops coming down. To be fair to the organisers, he probably didn't think would be near the 5-hour mark with regards to the next time it would rain. So that would have been why they would have taken the decision to keep the roof open. I would tell you whether it's going to rain or not, but of course it's now night, so I can't see any of the clouds. But it continues to rain. This match continues to be impossible to predict.
Schwartzman just apologising. One of his shots landed flush on the line. Point kept going for another 3 or 4 shots, but when Schwartzman lost the rally, he's having a look at the line.
35.
There's a free point for Schwartzman off of his first serve. Doing a better job, Thiem, off of that second serve, coming down at 136 miles an hour.
Schwartzman
On serve, deciding set. Schwartzman leads 2-1.
So both players taking on a little bit of fluid there on the change of ends. So also just snacking, just on those energy bars, just trying to make sure that they've got enough fuel in their systems.
Reprise.
Still doing those heel flicks. Seen them from the beginning of this match for Dominic Thiem. Remember, played a 5-set epic just 2 nights ago. Came through it. Is he going to come through this one?
$15-0.
10-7 record in 5-setters. Thiem. He's won his last 2. Prior to this tournament, his last 2 before that, in the Grand Slam finals. So he knows all about big match situations. And with regards to that, Mark, as in, you know, if we wind the clock back to that US Open final where it looked like he could almost barely walk, but came through it in the biggest match of his life, how much will he draw upon getting over the line there for a situation like this?
Yeah, certainly when you navigate your way through those 5-set matches and you come out positive with the victory, certainly a bonus, and one of the Iron Men out on the tour, really. The fittest. You think back to those seasons where not too long ago he was working with Günter Bresnik, and maybe there was some concern that he would enter into some of the Grand Slams having overplayed a lot of matches, too many tournaments, but it's almost like that's the investment. You start to reap the rewards in moments like this.
It's interesting as we see Thiem flash another forehand win at Yannick Sinner. They're up tonight against Rafael Nadal. I know Riccardo Piatti wanted him to play a whole host of matches, as many tournaments almost as possible this year, similar to Thiem. Build up that match intensity, that match fitness. As the rain continues to fall. Sinner, who actually hasn't played that much tennis in his junior days, did more skiing than playing on a tennis court. Beautifully done.
Quarante 30.
And have to be impressed with the resilience of and the fitness level of Schwartzman.
Let. Premier set.
After the hiatus, it started at the US Open, and he was certainly concerned about his ability to play a 5-set match. Went down in that first round to Cam Norrie.
Thiem.
Game ticked off for Thiem. 2-all in the 5th.
2 jeux parfaits. Quinze 0.
Vamos, sin errores. Sólido, viejo.
He's just pushed that one wide. Credit to him. He's still being inventive out there, though, Schwartzman.
30.
Yeah, it's a brave play, but something that I think is imperative for Schwartzman if there is to have success tonight. Maybe keep that option open for him, but it was trying to just push it into the open court.
Buena actitud, vamos, vamos.
That will do nicely for Schwartzman. Still the level of tennis so high out here on Chatrier. And we're still on serve in the 5th.
3 jeux à terre.
tables are turned when the rallies are completed in 3 shots or less. We saw early on in this encounter, it was
Reprise.
length of rallies starting to favour, even on the shorter exchanges, going in the favour of Schwartzman. Slightly different from the outside of this match, where Thiem was winning those brief rallies. And the spectators that have sat here throughout this match, almost coming up to 5 hours. Beginning to show their appreciation, trying to lift the spirits of both players.
0-15.
So far in this set, has been holding relatively comfortably, which is gone against the grain with what we've seen in the first 4 sets. Here's a big chance, though, for the Argentinian. And he's missed that one as well. Just wondered how long the intensity could last for Thiem. 3 break points for the Argentine. Breaks to love, and it's advantage Diego Schwartzman late on in this 5th set.
Schwartzman mène 4-0.
And Thiem surrendering 4 consecutive points there. And that final backhand, Pete, as the match clock strikes 5 hours. Just one larger step out to it. Just seemed like he was frustrated, trying to pull the trigger.
And if the previous sets are anything to go by, we're a long way from done here, but what a day it could be for Argentinian tennis. Nadia Podoroska earlier on, causing a huge upset by beating Alina Svitolina to make it through to the semi-finals of the women's event. Will Diego Schwartzman follow through in the men's?
30 seconds.
I feel like he's maybe reached the end of his tether right now, Thiem.
Although we thought that in set 1.
Well, it's 7 points that Schwartzman has won on the trot.
Is he finally running out of ideas? Schwartzman here, there and everywhere right now.
40 seconds.
Maybe the difference here, Mark, is that When he was getting the leads in the previous sets, it was tight games that was getting him the lead. This would be a huge love service hold. Oh, but he's found the baseline there, Thiem.
15.
Vamos says it all.
Schwartzman.
And Schwartzman's a game away from his first ever semi-final at a Grand Slam.
5 choses à gagner.
Dominic Thiem re-gripping a racket. Can he reset?
Reprise.
He's been outplayed for the last 3 games.
Clearly wants to play with that particular racket as well. I'm sure that he has a number of other frames in that racket bag of his.
Well, we've said it time and time again. What does he have left in the tank, Dominic Thiem? Is this finally the moment he succumbs?
Are there any more rabbits left in that hat? Can he magically find that extra energy?
Oh, he's just missed it. Some relief for Thiem.
15-0.
He will no doubt also be telling himself, Schwartzman has never made it through to a Grand Slam semi-final. He will be nervous if he can get him to try and serve it out. These two still playing like it's the first game of the match.
Yeah, it's amazing that they're still pushing each other almost at end range.
Isn't far away.
35.
Well, Dominic Thiem is 2 points away. The back end of the fourth set. Now it's Schwartzman's turn to be 2 points away. And now he's 1 point away. An astonishing win for Diego Schwartzman as the Argentine reaches his first ever Grand Slam semi-final. And boy, was he made to work for it. 5 hours and 8 minutes of simply epic tennis. Great sportsmanship from Dominic Thiem, who offered so much in what was a thoroughly dramatic encounter. It's a stunning day for Argentinian tennis. Podoroska through to the semis. Diego Schwartzman through to the semis as he wins 6-2 in the fifth.
And great relief for Diego Schwartzman to experience making his first ever semi-final, and in particular on the courts that he so cherishes. The conditions certainly helping him throughout the tournament, and in particular against Thiem. And how big that smile is. Juan Ignacio Cella there on the left of the screen. The trainer who also works with Al Podoroska, who also makes the semi-finals.
On the same day, quite incredible. Talking of quite incredible, what a journey it's been for Dominic Thiem. 11 match wins in a row. He can't make it a fifth semi-final in a row, but that was some incredible effort.
And as professional as ever, perhaps a little unfortunate with the draw. That just took so much energy, physically and mental energy, having to face those opponents and working his way through, and perhaps coming up against an opponent who was able to stick through the rallies. Perseverance, patience from Schwartzman, winning over the power of Thiem today.
Proud day for Argentina, a proud day for Diego Schwartzman, a very popular guy on the ATP Tour.
I like your smile.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly, why not? I know you have a lot of respect for Dominic.
Yeah.
Sometimes both players deserve to win, but what a high performance of both of you tonight.
Yeah. Dominic is one of the best players right now in the world, winning the last Grand Slam, 2 times final here. We are friends. I have a lot of respect for him, and that's why this match is very, very important for me. Not just to play the good match, winning after 5 hours in Philippe Chatrier. First time I played few times 5 sets here, and I never win. This is the 3rd time I played the 5 sets here, and I think at the end, this night, I deserve to win. Come on.
Ouais, vous l'avez compris, hein, Diego nous explique eh bien, qu'il pense qu'il mérite de gagner. Il a joué plein de fois ici sur le court Philippe Chatrier. À chaque fois, il a perdu. Il a joué contre un adversaire contre qui eh bien, il a beaucoup de respect pour lui. Pardon. Et vraiment, ce match est énorme. Pour lui, il a une signification très profonde. Je pense vraiment qu'on peut encore l'applaudir pour cette performance. On your side, to reach your first semi-final in a major,
Yeah.
you played with a lot of heart and a lot of guts.
Yeah, and you know, in the 2nd set and in the 3rd set, I was, out of my mind. I don't know what the people are thinking about me in that time, but I was crazy, screaming, talking to my coach. My coach was saying, okay, play tennis, nothing else. And I was just so nervous because I saw the chance today, and I didn't take it in the 2nd and in the 3rd, but I'm very happy, not just for the semifinal. It's a big step for me, and I'm very happy.
Durant les 2e et 3e manches, il était extrêmement nerveux. Il a pensé même que le match peut-être lui était en train de lui échapper, donc il était en train de parler à son coach qui lui disait mais juste joue au tennis. Et puis finalement c'est venu, donc il pense que pour lui c'est un grand pas en avant, pas seulement ce match, mais peut-être que ça lui a fait franchir un cap. Diego, muchas gracias. We let you rest. You deserve it. Mesdames et messieurs, merci d'applaudir Diego Schwartzman, qualifié pour les demi-finales.